Shalom Mashpaka. We are heading out from the home front to pick up a trailer in Idaho and take it to California. May Abba cover us. Baruk Yahuah. Okay, I guess the headphones don't work if they're plugged in to a charger. That's not well. Let me make sure it's working now. Alright, family. Here we go. I love you! Love you!
Love you.
Alright, here we go. Now I'm confused for a second. I don't know what load this is. I felt like I knew, but no, I don't know. But I do know this: it's the first load for July, and Baruk Yahuah that I'm able to get it in before the new moon feast that's coming up on July 11th or 12th. Today is the pagan feast day, the 4th of July. And it's something that now there is, because of a very strong aversion to the place that we stay. It's insanely loud, very late, terrifying the animals around here. These horses, all the dogs. It's like half stick of dynamite going off anymore. It's continued to grow year after year, getting more and more chaotic and out of control. So I think that this load is just for like $1,000. It's not very far. 627 miles. So leaving a little bit late on a Friday, aiming to get to a Cabela's that's on the border. To stay the night there, and actually planned a little bit ahead. My baby, I love you, honey. Worked with me, going over the route, looking at some different possible fuel options. I don't have a lot. I got 5/8 inside the main tank, and I got 3/8 in the back. And I halal to Abba that there's enough for me to make it 158 miles, which is just over 3 hours to what would be the best price that we could find. It's not a com data price. There is a very limited amount of com data options from Stevens Pass and Highway 2, basically where we are right now, and all the way to the other side of the border. I don't have enough to make it out of Washington, so I had to get fuel somewhere in Washington. And if I don't have enough to make it to this stop, then it's, oh, look at all you see all that cattle right up by the fence line here? They got that water right down there, and they got all that pasture on the other side. And Abba Baruk, these farms that are out here trying to stay going in this tyrannical, satanic, Luciferian government that we're under. It is oppressive, and now all these people are worshiping the Almighty One that are leading them to the lake of fire, and they don't even know it. They're ignorant to that fact, and it is heartbreaking. There go some llamas. Llama llama ding dong. Yeah. This little section that we're driving over right here used to flood all the time, and they did actually do a great job. Put a lot of rocks in here, and they built the road up, and it's not been a problem ever since. I had several times where I couldn't get in and out of this area. Baruk Atah Yahuah, that I was able to work from home throughout most of those. But Abba called me out of that place. He just snatched me right on up and put me on this path. I didn't even really know that this was a thing. I didn't know. But we had to get rid of our other truck. It's a white F-350 Ford dually, you know. And couldn't afford the note. It's $850 a month. So I had to get rid of that truck, and then that left us without any means to move our home. We live in a massive fifth wheel toy hauler, 19,500 pounds GVWR. She's a big one. And you know, I've been striving to try to get a truck. Just this pretty strong truck that Abba had gifted unto us, that I was able to somehow qualify and secure a loan and everything else is of the Father. We are placed apart and hated by the world, and we have our trials and we have our struggles, and it is a difficult, lonely path, but it is not one that I would ever trade for anything. It is the narrow path. It is a way that leads to life, and we go through the narrow gate. Few there be that shall find it. And all the people that are out here celebrating this pagan feast day, whether knowingly or unknowingly, are on the broad path of destruction. So may Abba have Hasad on them and lead them out of the darkness and into His marvelous light. Hallelujah. So I'm trying out a new thing with these headphones, and apparently I can't use them and charge them at the same time. I'm not sure what that's all about. So we'll see how it goes. But I listened to a few of the recordings myself and heard how difficult it is to hear them, and I'm sorry. Abba knows that there's a lot of information that He was giving us. A lot of things came out. So if anybody chooses to go basically digging through, right? Listening through difficult things to get the nuggets that are there. May it be a Baruk Atah. You know, especially like a lot of the things that have to do with the enemy, the kingdom of darkness, prince of the power of the air, kings of the earth that conspire together to make war against Yahuah, Yahusha, and the Qadashayam, which is the Most High's people. I don't know if this guy's gonna scoot up a little, but it would be awesome. He's got like a lot of room right here. He's got a lot of room right here. He doesn't want to do it. He'll look at me like I'm crazy as I go around. We've got plenty of room, even for this big truck. Alright, right turn on red is legal there. See a cute little park there. There was a lot of spraying earlier, so the skies and the clouds are all swirly, nasty, abomination. Some of this section coming up out of here really is some of the most gorgeous landscape that we see or that I've experienced in these travels. So sit back, relax, enjoy the view, and we'll let the Ruach of Yahuah lead us into whatever he wills. And maybe we'll listen to some current events, talk about them. I've been home for several days now, and I have come down off of the wall as a watchman and not listened really to any of it. Honestly, I haven't even really gone on Facebook more than probably like 10 minutes total in 3 days, just to see if my babies tag me in anything, like, comment, and post those things. Does get chaotic and out of control. Even when I was all up in the fourth, I could never really justify spending more than, $150. Maybe $200, like tops, right? That's probably for fireworks and booze and cigarettes and whatever else. I'm thinking that they're dropping like tens of thousands of dollars, and they have shipments and packages and things coming and arriving for months and months, and it's like unreal. Our oldest dog, he's all kind of traumatized from it. Poor Tiger. He hears those explosions, man. He starts trembling. He's looking for a place to hide. He can't, it's just not well. And then now we're trying to, we're really concerned that the two little pups are gonna kind of fall into the same pattern of behavior, maybe feed off of his energy. So my Shah's gonna try to keep them separated and see how it goes. My baby and I were spending some time together, and we're just laying there, relaxing, cuddling, like literally nodding off. And all of a sudden, it was like, boom! And just shaking everything. And I'm like, what? Because that ain't no firework, dude. You know what I mean? It's like digging a hole in the horse pasture, burying that under there, and then exploding it like I said, half a stick of dynamite. It's unreal. You feel it shake the whole earth. All the ground shakes, the whole trailer, everything. It's crazy. I know this is just like, you know, middle of the afternoon the other day. Just, I don't know, probably testing some things out before he has all of his guests over. There'll be like multiple RVs that come and stay for a few days, and you know, a bunch of motorcycles and all that. It's a whole thing, man. I would have been all about having a buddy like that back in the day. I'd be like, oh yeah, we're going over there, man. Oh yeah. I don't know. We're ready for a change in our entire situation, to be honest. We've been in that trailer for 5.5 years. And I'm really proud of my sweetheart for making the best out of a difficult situation for so long. And yeah, it's true, I don't want to move into some neighborhood, get a brick and stick, and, you know, fall back into that whole neighborhood situation. But getting a piece of land, and then getting, like she was showing me, kind of like a destination trailer / mobile home. You know, again, it's elevated several feet up off the ground, which is very profitable for the flooding scenarios. And then it has loft bedrooms, like a 2-story thing, but it has basically like a residential style kitchen, which is also like common area with the living room. So I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. And how do you get out of your trailer without like taking a complete total loss on it too? It's so difficult to say. Probably paid about 40% of the total loan on it, but I don't know that there's a lot of folks that would want to buy the remaining balance off, you know. Even though I know that it's all the meat and the bones are there. This is a very large unit that has the types of amenities and things that most folks would want, but it's dated as far as like, you know, a lot of dark coloring, dark wood, that sort of thing. People are trendy, you know. Oh, something really light and airy is in fashion, and you know, makes it seem like it's larger and things like that. So folks like want that stuff, modern appliances and the rest. Enemy's pretty crafty with that stuff. They do it in the residential homes too. People have to remodel the kitchens and bathrooms when they go to list their homes, because otherwise they won't really sell. Or someone will buy it at a very low rate because it doesn't have curb appeal, and they'll make a few changes and tweaks, and then they'll profit off it. bar right here. And I mean, the view that you have of these mountains is pretty great. It really is. And there is the little river running back through there. Trying to see if I can get it to flash the name up on here, because I usually get mixed up. It's like Skycombish. It doesn't want to show me, and that's not really that big a deal. We'll be passing by it multiple times. So when we need to get a Nevada permit with Wave Express, they have us exclusively go through this one company. And Wave is telling us that their hours are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, what have you. Well, they have different hours now, and they're actually open on Saturday. Well, I wouldn't have known that. Today's Friday. Today's a holiday, and so they charged an extra $95 to get the permit today, because it's technically like in their after hours thing. And if they're closed on Saturday and Sunday, then I would have no choice but to do it right now, and pay that. Well, I talked to the folks there and found out that they changed their hours, and that Wave needs to really update the information to their drivers so they'll realize that they can get the permit on Saturday and not have to do it on the 4th of July. The lady was very kind, and she said, I can put all the information in, and I can put to process your order tomorrow. So, because I was going to pay the $95, not knowing if they were going to reimburse me or not, because I have to have the permit. And I'm trying to get this load in for the month of July, because basically like the second week of July, I need to take some time for the feast. We're going to be entering into the new moon of the 4th month on Yahuah's calendar. Baruk Atah. So that would mean getting some work in right now is huge, since I'm not able to work that particular feast. Here's a low bridge / narrow bridge. Why it's not showing me the height on the bridge itself. That's pretty interesting. I wonder if it's going to be on that side. I don't see it on that side. Okay, it's probably this sign right here. Take a look at it and see if I can make it. It just shows a picture of a box truck. And that sign says narrow bridge, so I don't get the height. Alright, I need to check this message because it's coming from farm that we get eggs from. Okay. I need to get a message to my baby. Ah, dang it. Hi, honey. I just want to let you know that I got a message back from Anthology, and they said they're around if you want to come by today for the eggs. Excuse me. Just seen a pretty bird soaring up over here. The sky's blue, but those clouds are not natural. Look at that big rock. Big rock right there. Yeah, the front face of this mountain, I guess this is Mount Index, and it is steep. It is really, really steep. What's going on with this person? Right here because there's like a trailhead on this side of the road. There's some kind of view of the river, what have you. So you gotta be mindful of how to turn it. In case anybody's trying to like cross this road, which is obviously very unwise, but it happens. Able to get several videos uploaded, but there's still like 5 more remaining. So, Abba willing, I'll get caught up during the feast. But obviously, I'm going to have a few more coming out this time. I got probably 6 days. Favorable, but I mean it is what it is. So like if it was $1,000 job and it took me 5 days, it's like $200 a day. But then also there's fuel expense. So really, like, this is just for the sake of trying to keep something coming in. But I typically wouldn't just go out to do one load, right back. But we decided, instead of me taking the entire time off, which I was pretty close to doing, I just try to slip out here and snag this one because it is a little bit more local, right? Idaho to California, states that are neighboring, mostly neighboring to Washington. And if Abba wills, and there could be something that literally goes from California to Washington, I could take something and bring it back. But I really want to make sure that I'm back for the Shabbat. And then there's like one day, and then it's a feast. So it's almost like back-to-back feasts. That day in between also gives opportunity to just basically restock everything as far as whatever food stuffs I use or whatever laundry. So yeah, all praise to you, all esteem to you. Some pretty flowers along the side of the road. Harry and Henderson's place right there. From the movie. I'm so thankful to Abba for the time that I got back home. And he even ended up giving us an extra day that we really didn't even know we was going to get, or think we was going to get. But yeah, so I would consider consider this Friday to be more like a half a day. It's not a full 11 hours of driving. And then Saturday will be a complete day. And first thing Sunday I'll be picking up. So it's a day and a half out. And then it's kind of similarly like a day and a half to the drop. And then, heck, not even that. Day and a half, 3, 5, 2 days back, something like that. However it's working out, I just wanted to try to get home by Tuesday evening. There's no traffic right now. I mean, this is great, right? We figured it was going to be one way or the other. It was going to be still a bunch of people trying to get out of the greater Seattle area for their getaway, or they already had, and now there's like nobody on the road, and it seems like there's just nobody on the road. I was just going quite a bit under the speed limit, didn't have anybody, pushing me, so there's just nobody out here, and I am okay with that very much. There's some views of water that are going to be along the right-hand side here. I don't know exactly where they're going to pop up, but if you just keep on looking through those trees, you're liable to catch a glimpse of the rocks and the water. Like right here, probably. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that's just gorgeous. That's just absolutely gorgeous right there. Washington right there. It's most certainly not the politics. It's really not the folks. They do a lot of things upside down, backwards, and twisted here. I can't even relate to most of it. It's like being in a whole other country, really. But look how gorgeous it is. These flowers too, popping up here. Barclay Creek. Excuse me. The name there. Okay. It's like there for a second, then it goes away. It's weird. Skycomish. That's what they call it. There's actually a little Skycomish town, too, coming up here. Jer. Just starting out and I'm just yawning. Wait. And there goes my baby. There goes my baby. Let's see what she has to say. So if you end up having an ETA, or how much, forgive me, Abba, how much dozen you want to get, then let me know and I'll message that on over. This ain't that. This is wood without any type of pine trees that have no green whatsoever. Evergreen trees with no green. Just that's crazy. I don't know what to say, guys. Talked before. Maybe a lot of you hadn't heard because you can't endure the videos with the sound the way it is. So maybe this will be a lot easier. I don't know. But the government has patents on deforestation as a weapon, and they can drop stuff from planes, high altitude, that comes down and affects the structural integrity of the trees, basically weakening them from the inside because they're, well, the closest thing to say would be sick. So that's what I discern. Let's go and look how pretty that is. But I would love to hear your thoughts. Okay. I'm gonna need to pause because I need to listen to that message. So I will be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm back. So let's see, we have knocked out 30 minutes, probably more like 45 to be honest, worth of our ETA to our destination for the fuel. Still looking great on the main tank. Skycomish River right there, very pretty. Okay. guess I caught up to him. He sure wasn't trying to. Just gonna back down a little bit here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's forget about it. It's like 12 of them up there. Who knows? There's another gorgeous view of the river. Kind of surprising too, see all these cars hanging out in the slow lane up here. So we just got 2 lanes. Speed limit 60. And some of these are going like, whatever, man, 58 or something. It's kind of wild. I don't know. Again, I was saying, when you move, I move. NPC, right? Because they're like, you couldn't be more in the way if you tried. It's a very ironic thing. This tag right here says North Carolina. See, now that I'm getting up to passing them, they're like speeding up. It's weird, dude. That way. Things that are discerned in the spirit cannot be understood in the flesh. Facts. We actually had a great time this past Shabbat being in Romans, book of Romans, and the very first chapter. We took our time breaking it all down. So we were in just one chapter for like 3 hours. It was awesome. I love it. Love being able to do that and to instruct our boy and Shah is there, like, explaining things too, working together, and we're like, each of us being like, wow, I never realized that before. Wow, I didn't understand that was talking about that before. And there are things, because of, it's line upon line, precept upon precept, and once you get more and more understanding different parts of Scripture, then you can clearly understand what Shaul is saying and how the Hellenized understanding of churchianity is false, and the way that they interpret the Scriptures is false. Because it's actually all one continuous story. One Elohim that never changes, one chosen people. It's consistent all the way through. Right? The only thing that's new about the back part of your scripture is a renewal. Not a completely new oath, but a reestablishing of an oath that had already been broken by us, not by Abba. Hallelujah. Iron Goat Trail. Excuse me. 44 miles. Oh, and that's just to stay on Highway 2, which is what we're on. We're on Highway 2. I hadn't been near my gloves for several days. It's well to wear them. it anymore. Haven't wanted to do it for a long time, just haven't really been able to stop. And these gloves actually help a lot. Since I haven't been driving at all, excuse me, for several days, I wasn't near to them. But really, actually, I'm pleasantly surprised at how well I've done despite not having them. And of course my baby, she helps me. I guess it could be interesting to hear reports of fires that come now, right? Sorry, it is kind of funny to me because, like, I don't know why I'm thinking of like an interpretive dance. What's an interpretive sight of an iron goat? I don't yeah. You know what I'm saying? See the train going by down there. Did have some bobtail miles because the drop off of the last trailer was in Hillsboro, Oregon, and so it went like 200. I don't even know, guys. 200 change back to the house, and then now from the house to here, and so it's 260 miles so far, and the bobtail miles per gallon currently showing 16.8. It's actually only 69 degrees, and we are right at 2:30 p.m. local time. There's an amazing view that's going to be off to my side, so you will not see it really this time because you can't really see anything out my window. It's going to just look bright, blurry. But yeah, that's quite a thing down there. pretty well to get like let me see, 3 nights sleeping in my bed at home, being able to stretch myself out. Because one thing I can't do sleeping back there is stretch out my legs and my hip and my back. Just too tall for that space. I've really been sleeping well back there. Right now the mattress is probably better than it's ever been, so may I be able to keep it like that now. I have to actually try to remember to not open the back doors, which is funny. But if I need water, my big water jugs, they're under there, so I mean I gotta do it anyways eventually. But it's okay, there's just a few steps to kind of like reconfigure everything. So that's also fine. Oh, got a voice message from my baby. I'm gonna need to try to listen to that soon. Can't do it right this moment because of these turns. Try and pause you guys right now and check this out. I'll be right back. Alright, so looks like there's actually a bunch of folks up at the parking lot. I'm not sure, like, you know, whatever. There could be some kind of celebration up here, as well as a little bit farther down here is the town of Leavenworth, and I'm pretty sure that there will be stuff going on. Like, a lot of people, I think, like to go up there for the weekend and stuff anyways. Anything that has crowds, I'm not really interested, thanks. I don't care if it's free or go fast, hang upside down. You know, heck, even most of the stuff that they would probably claim to be the most delicious food, blah blah blah, I wouldn't eat. A lot of it's gonna be unclean. Even things that they claim are clean or not, right? And almost everything has some kind of sugar or carbs or some kind of modified frankenfood or another, whatever. Just give me a Nerlin steak and alright. My baby made me steak like the very first evening that I was home. So yummy. Told her I wanted 2. I ate like 1 and maybe like a quarter of the other one. I thought I was going to eat 2. Nah, you wasn't going to eat 2. But you would have the tip off of that second one. That sure was yummy. And she also made roast, and she did it in the chicken's broth. So tender. I got to have my babies cooking for like 3 days straight. I just she making me eggs with beef. I had some chicken the very first. As soon as I got home, there was chicken in the pot that I was able to get in and tear that up, get that skin, put the salt, put some cholula on it. Fire, man. Fire ready to go. Yeah. sometimes I think she thinks I'm telling her that just because I'm like flattering her. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm pretty much speaking the truth all the time. That's literally like the way. And I mean, Father just keeps on increasing. Like she'll make something, and I'm like, I don't even know how you did it, but this is again literally the best steak I've ever had, and I'm not. I can say it because it's just straight up facts. It's so great. I really am filled with thanks to Abba for that truth, and to be able to tell her that and mean it from the most sincere bottom of my heart. The roast that she just made was unreal, so yummy. I finished my whole bowl, then I went over to the pot and started grabbing out a big chunk. Fat on it, meat all on it, just toss it in my bowl, let it cool for a second, and just the whole thing right into my mouth. And after I had my entire bowl this done, the eggs and everything, I went back over to the pot and grabbed it, or the pan, sorry, the skillet. Forgive me, Father. Grabbed a chunk with 4 fingers. Right into my mouth. Baruk Atah Yahuah, man. See, that's how the cup runs over and Abba provides. It is Qadash. Yep. Baruk Yahuah. Right now I got butter, salt, cream, chicken, scrambled eggs with seasoned beef, all that stuff right in this. This is a 53-quart fridge. It's got plenty of food in here. It stays 37 degrees in there around the clock, whether the truck is running or not. If I shut the truck off, the jackery keeps on powering. Turn the truck on, the jackery gets recharged. It's really great. Appreciate Abba so much for all this arrangement that we got going on, because things really are working out here, that I can do this work, that we can have the narrow path business, a name that is all esteemed to you. Yahusha is that narrow path, the Word made flesh, Baruk Yahuah. And we are placed apart in all creation. Yahuah covers us, protects us, delivers us from evil, wicked Ruach that run wild, that are having a heyday today. Actually like a tunnel right down here that's cut out for the water to flow through. That's pretty incredible. There's probably large rocks up underneath there too that you can stay up out of the water with. Maybe even have a fire. I don't know, I think about these things sometimes, because we never know if we may actually end up having to flee to the mountains, you know. Remaining. There's a rest area. Oh, it says rest area 10 miles. My apologies. Salachia. Now the ears popping is a thing, right? you'll see a lot of trees in the video too that just don't really look that healthy. They're brown or they're barren. You see way more trunk than you should through the foliage, whatever you call it, foliage. A lot of those look unwell. It's going to be a fire like we've never seen before. It's going to be a famine like we've never seen before. Pestilence. Now think about that. Pestilence, the tops of pestilence that you already did see. If you look and see what's been going on in Gaza, where they're like famine, the mothers are not able to nurse because they don't actually have enough nutrients in their own bodies, so they're dependent upon the formula, which then becomes unavailable. And you hear a mother in an interview, and she says, "My son was the pillar of our family because the father has already been removed." And so you might have a 14-year-old boy who goes out and gets the food for the family, and he can't get the food, so he starts going to the aid places that they have established, where a young lad can go there to get a bag of flour, and then they end up bringing him back in a bag. And people will believe that could never happen to them here, but that's actually not true. It is ordained to happen in a similar way. Destruction will come suddenly upon this place, and people will go to different locations thinking that's where there is safety, that's where there is help, that's where there is aid, and it will be the very place where they're Ruach Ha'Qadash is saying. Because as for me and my house, we will not go. As for me and my house, we do not look at some alleged man to be our deliverer. Yahuwah has given us eyes to see through fallacy, right? Through the deception of these false deliverers, who are like ravenous wolves seeking to devour. Thank you, Father. Tarahaba. Hallelujah. Excuse me. You see a little creek down here on the right, I wonder. Here's probably a very grand view for y'all's perspective out the window. Just going for a ride, looking out the window, seeing Abba's creation, trying to appreciate the parts of it that haven't been defiled by the hands of man. So-called wisdom, which is laughable. The wisdom of man is laughable to you. And make no mistake, they do rape the earth, strip her. There's there's a lot that the Father revealed in the earlier narrow path videos that I do the law that you're able to receive about running waters, about dams, about the earth breathing. There is a way that seems right to a man, but the path thereof is unto death. That's facts. That's what it is. There's a little bit of water right there. Yep, Ha'arats, the earth. She heals and she filters. She cleans and purifies. Yep. And we have basically an unlimited supply of water flowing beneath our feet. And we have an unlimited supply of water in Hashamayim, the heavens. When the mountains touch the heavens and pull down living waters flowing down the mountains and into the valleys and into the seas. So Ha'aratz touches Hashamayim, which means the mountains, or you could say where heaven and earth meet. There's life. The life flows from there, touching, from their fellowship together. Pretty amazing. Waters above and waters below. Because Cedar Creek Road, it said. An hour and 57 minutes. 95 minutes till this fuel. We are not going to have any trouble, Baruk Atah, getting to the fuel. Then the question would become more like, how far is it to the next? Because I'm not sure how much I should buy. Because I have to use the money that's from our own account and not the data company card, whatever you want to look at it, and so we don't get the discounts, the same types of discounts. So what I'll likely have to do is pause and analyze the situation to try and discern, how far it is. Alright, so they dropped the speed on us right here. We got a few folks at that diner right there, 59-cent diner or something like that. Lake Wenatchee. Leavenworth is in 15 miles, and Wenatchee is in 37 miles. Size. These pretty little flowers out here in the field. Even just stuff like that, I really can appreciate. It doesn't need to be purple or red or whatever. Just little white flowers, little yellow flowers. You see them all spread out like a garment. It's gorgeous. Rock you up. Wildflowers are actually some of the prettiest ones, aren't they? There you go. Even some little purple wildflowers mixed in right down there. Just like Yahusha said, right? The flowers of the field. Even feel like a little bit, of the pressure going back to my camp and seeing everyone else has their stuff cut. It's like, oh, it's getting kind of long. But then I stop and I look at it and I'm like, that's gorgeous. Like, it really actually isn't hurting anything. Having these tall yellow flowers back here. And there's times during the year when it's not able to do that. Let's see, this is 14-foot 11 right here. No problem. But if we just let that grow and then let it fall in its natural way, then all that will return into the soil. And it won't make the soil healthier. Yeah. It will. So, I don't know. I just got to the point where I'm like, we might just do a couple times summer, just try to let the rest of it go. This guy is in front of me, man. It's a Suburban with red and white stripes all over the back of it. Got a weird plate. Got a number 3061 written on it. It says H-A-I-L, something like that. Which is also H-E-L-L, and Con, K-A-H-N, which is, these are also unclean words. But everything doesn't go by the actual spelling, that's the spell. It goes by the pronunciation, that's the power that's in the tongue. Tried to talk about this hill coming up before, but it's covered in dead sticks. It's really a trip, man. I don't really understand it. I think you're gonna probably get a great view of it right through here, like right now. You see it up on the left, or you would, except for I think maybe the front-facing camera is obstructing the view. I think. I don't know. But yeah, it's really weird. I don't understand what that's supposed to be caused by. I know that there are lots of explanations, but it doesn't mean that they're true. Gotta watch out for that. You see a spirit that's at work in people who try to excuse away cries. It's just love. It's a popular one. Alright, so now I see we're dropping down to bending. Hatchery circle. Excuse me. It's a pretty water flowing right through there. So even with the little bit of climbing and stuff that we were doing there, our miles per gallon is up to 17.2. I think the last time I called it was 16.8, but I'm positive. I'm gonna do leaves. So. It's kind of a rough looking slope right here. You see these trees, they are looking burnt and things, but however this is a lot different looking because they're actually black, and those ones that I was talking about earlier, they're all just kind of more like that gray color. Excuse me, sorry for the yawning. bunch of, I guess, trees gathered up right there. It's looking like a, I don't know. I'm not sure, bro. How Beaver did that. Maybe they'll say that the water carried them and deposited them in the same place like that. Perhaps. Gonna happen with these headphones on. It might be unbearably loud. I have no idea if it is. Forgive me. Actually, maybe I should. I wonder if I should try to turn it off for a second. Pause it, turn this off, turn it back on, pause it, and switch it back. So we'll see how that goes. All right, here we go.
Hansen To Yahuah. Yahuah. That's awesome.
Yeah, amazing. All right, should be back on the microphone. If not, I don't know. I do apologize. I'm trying to do the best I can, you guys. Okay, here's a whole caravan of folks. Nobody after this truck. And we go. Let's go, baby. There we go. Got a girl. Got us out there. What a spot, y'all. Wow, that was just gorgeous. That was absolutely incredible. I was just shouting. That's what we're supposed to do in the scripture, right? It says, make a shout. Make a shamcha noise unto Yahuah. Right? Proclaim before all creation So you guys see these geese out here? Look in the water. Look at them. It's a whole gaggle. A gaggle of geese. There's the right. Just so gorgeous all over here. Look at that. I mean, I don't know. Some people actually would consider that area to be like whitewater rafting, maybe. Looks like there's a group of folks getting ready to carry their own kayaks together. It's different, right? Kayaking is not necessarily rafting, so I'm naive to that. I don't know about that stuff. So, get an understanding. Places where your voices carries echoes, and all of creation, not just people, right? Proclaimed and professed before all creation that Yahuah is Elohim. People don't realize when they say that Yahusha is king, it's a blasphemy. They're taking the name of the Most High in vain, because He is the king. Okay? Ahayah, Yahuah, the great I am, is the creator. Yahusha, the great I am, is our deliverer. HaMashiach, the Anointed One, Malak Sadak, King of Righteousness. So it's a commandment that says you shall not take the name of Yahuah, your Elohah, in vain. What you just did when you proclaimed that Yahusha is Lord. You know what I mean? So it's a very strong deception. It's not plainly seen by all peoples, and I was deceived in a very major way. Excuse me. 1 hour and 40 minutes. You can't beat the view though, you guys, for real. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we get to look at out the window as we're traveling, doing this work, delivering RVs, and seeing different spots in this land. I would still have to go ahead and put this right up there. Right up there, the very top for sure. Top 3. Look at that, dude. This is gorgeous down there. I got a message. I don't know who that is. It's not popping up. Let's see if I can find out. Oh, again, straight park. Look at that. Look. There you go. You see your view? Come on, bro. You got that view right there. Shoot. Here's our roundabout that we were talking about earlier, so 0.3. So this must be, is this Leavenworth? Whatever, Leavenworth. I see the Lions Club and the Rotary Club. All the clubs of the town who actually call the shots around here. So this is that Leavenworth Bavarian village. I remember that little track that goes up the side of that slopey hill right there. It's quite the little thing. my side, there's a bunch of construction equipment and rocks and whatever. I don't know if they're like mining or what. Just be right with construction. Because this really is more like a twisty thing here. I personally am repelled from these kinds of places, like a magnetic. I don't know. It's crazy. Okay, I got actually a couple different messages. 20 more miles on Highway 2 to stay on Highway 2. So, again, what's the point of that, right? I mean, I'm also staying on it 18 miles at 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 20. So you're not telling me what those. What's up with that? So there's going to be a lot of folks that want to do their celebrations here and their fireworks and whatever it is that they do. Eat, drink, and be merry. I mean, you know, let's be real, dude. There's worship of government. There's worship of the beast. Alright, I gotta check a couple messages from my baby real quick and I'll be right back. I wanted to try to get this turned back on in time for you guys to see some of the gatherings that are down there, some of the booths, some of the crowds, what have you. And again, it's only 3 o'clock, so there's probably folks that are settling in or checking in or in their rooms or what have you, or getting their food because they're going to come out. They'll be out in mass soon, and I will be nowhere near it. I don't want to be anywhere near all that, man. Oh boy. Now I really understand why I felt like a black sheep my entire life, because I just don't belong here. I don't belong here. You know what I mean? Alright, Hallelujah Yahuah. All is well with my Mashpaka. Their outing that they went on, and they'll be headed back home to hunker down and hibernate away from all the insanity. And may Allah Yahuah cover them and protect them under his wing. Thank you, Father. Baruk Atah. There's a little doggy over here at this, says Dan's Food Market. It's a gold-colored little doggy, all curly. You won't see him because he's behind this silver Subaru. I mean, you won't see him unless you're able to somehow see around the front end of the car. You wouldn't see it from the back because the angle's not right. But there he was. Just hanging out with his mama. Another little doggy over here. I'm more interested in the dogs. The little puppies. I don't know what that is. It's like a collie or maybe a blue heeler. That's a great view of the water. I don't know if you can. And this is to east. So 18 miles is saying stay on to, but at some point I know that I'm actually making a switch. I don't know the name of the road that I'm switching to. Diesel's $5 right there. These people are staying in an RV park, and I'm sure they're like, oh, we're going camping. We're going out, we're taking the camper out to Lebanon. We're in an RV park in the city. Anyway. that's right. We have that. Oh, I don't know if we're going to be doing that whole thing with the dust devils. And shoot, I'm not sure that my route goes that far. I think by then we're starting to go south, but I'm not positive. Praise Fruit Bar. Praise. Yeah, so we're getting us a used dehydrator for making jerky. Maybe this jerky for this trip. And it's just gonna make a much larger bag for the next leg, because I'll be gone for a lot longer than 6 days next time. I'm gonna have to probably grab 3 or 4 large loads. So we'll see. I'm trying to get myself prepared for the possibility of staying out for 3, 4, maybe even longer weeks. And I'll try to stay in the truck all of the days except for if it's like a Shabbat. If it's a Shabbat, then I can try to get a room. I can maybe try to get, like the evening before, get some laundry. I don't know yet about that, because the laundry might have to happen the day after or something. I do have a place that I used when I was in India, but the last place I used, my baby had to find it for me on the road, and I think it was in Greensboro, Carolina. It was rough, but whatever. Some coin laundromat or what have you. And I don't really like that anymore, though. You get a card and you put money on it. It's pretty trippy. That's normal. Nowadays. Peshastin. Oh boy, look at that little. It's like a little rough-looking taco cart, but there was a family of 14 people chowing down on it. So you're thinking they probably got some delicious tacos right here. So now you can see a little bit of a difference in the mountains too, right? If you look at some of these hills over here, you probably can't see out this side. Very barren looking, very brown looking, like lacking in the moisture department. Because of the rain shadow, right? All the rain clouds press up against the one side of the mountain. That's why where we live, there's tons of rain and water all the time. And then when you get on the other side of the mountains, it's very dry. It's pretty neat the way it works, because the mountains almost wring the rain clouds out like a sponge. You squeeze up against it, and then it's forced to drop. It's pretty neat. Okay, 14 miles. Still $4.99 a gallon for diesel right here. shrubs mixed in here and there, and then there's these streaks of slate stone just rising up out. Pretty neat. Discerning, and I'm sure that a lot of you guys are seeing and discerning similar things. I've been seeing and discerning a lot of it myself in all different places that Baba's been taking me and showing me. Things are very unwell in this land. J&L Transport, LLC, established in 2016. Volvo. River County the place that we're at because we got pretty much horses all around us, and take our little walk on that road. It's very Shalumville, and it's really most of the time anything around us is totally not a factor, like really pretty much at all, except for the neighbors. Dogs bark and they don't seem to have control over the dogs barking, except for just to shout at them and nothing ever changes. But either way, that's if you want to try to sleep past 7 or something, it'll probably wake you up. But on the 4th, it's insane. As I talked about earlier, I don't need to go on. Yeah. We have kind of our own space and keep to ourselves, and when we want to have a feast and have a fire and roast meat and do all those things, and we can do all those things. That's great. Should be something that everybody always has. There's definitely something going on here. I need to try to get over. There's just like an officer over here, lights flashing in the right lane. Everybody's shifting over to the left lane, and then now we're coming down to danger stop. No idea why. There's a state trooper. Not sure what he's doing. It's not even clear, to be honest with you, if we're supposed to stay in the left lane or if he was. I'm not sure. Okay, there's another one, so. Same thing. Okay, they got something over here. Oh, there's a brush truck. Looks like a rescue. Some kind of a medical call, possibly, or oh, there was a little bit of a fire right on the side of the road right here. Foreshadowing. Well, who knows? The last time I was out, I was driving. Dang, I don't even remember exactly what was going on, but there was a fire. There was a RV that was completely burnt out, and the tow vehicle, the truck it was hitched to, was completely burned out. Plus, half of the side of the mountain was also all burnt out. That was wild. And we saw a lot of fire personnel, and as well as like mutual aid vehicles responding into the area still, and it smelled horrible, like it smelled toxic. Excuse me. So what are we doing? 2 east to 97 north, Okanogan and Spokane, half a mile. Some kind of exit to the right that loops around. Sure. There it is right there. Right hand turn, 20-mile-an-hour ramp. I can see a body of water out there too. This is not a very heavily populated little area, but it's more than I want to deal with. You can't always get what you want, but if I could be away from folks, I would. Okay. 1.8 miles, and I'm turning right on 28. This is actually showing me that it's still Highway 2. So interesting that I did all that and exited, and I'm still on the same road. Homie Garden Rocky Reach Dam, Lake Helen Rec Area, or Sheelan. Could be different ways that folks pronounce that, I guess. So we're staying on to 28 East, which is 1 1/4. I think we could get up over that water. Yep, we're going to get up over the water right here. It's called, oh, look at that, Columbia. By the way, if you didn't know, Columbia is a foreign mighty one. G-O-D-E-S-S or G-O-D-D-E-S-S, however you want to spell it. Goddess worship. She's the one who's apparently on top of the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. At the very, very top of the government is a foreign mighty one. That's what they're showing you, that their government is under her. Sorry if you don't like it. I honestly don't really care. I used to care. Like, that kind of thing used to make me upset. But I expect people to not believe me. I expect people to not listen. And I understand that the powers have a stronghold. Worship at the idol of space and NASA and see all of these foreign mighty ones and think this has nothing to do with demon worship. So how am I, what am I supposed to do with that? All I can do is tell them, show them. Everything in this world that is under the dominion of those four mighty ones is actually, you're better off to have nothing to do with it. You would be better off if you would turn from all idols. People would read their Bible and they go, oh, it says at the end of like 1 John, or so I always read 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, like all is one thing, but at the end it says turn from idols, like little children turn from idols, like that. And people will think that that somehow means like a little shrine to the Virgin Mary or a little Buddha statue, different things like that. But it's actually talking about turning from all foreign mighty ones, turning from all demonic doctrines. It's also turning from every false way, because those things are all married. Lawlessness, rebellion is harlotry, is whoredom, is spiritual fornication, right? Eating meat sacrificed to idols, sleeping with the enemy. I've tried to bring this out to people in a lot of different ways, thinking that something, may resonate with their spirit, that they may pause and be like, oh my gosh, dude was just saying this and this and this, and then he clicked, boom. That's me. The Ruach Ha'Qadash just use me and what I'm saying to help you to see an error and turn from it, because we're like way out of time. Way out of time. Every time I leave to go and do this work, I'm asking the Father that I can be back with my family before this sudden destruction, everything like that. If there was some way for us to just hunker down in some cave and find things to eat and not have to like participate at all in all this stuff and ride out this storm, I would be very tempted to do it. But I also know that I'm supposed to remain a light in the world, right? That I'm supposed to still be calling people out of her, warning people, because there is still time. If there was not time, it would be very obvious, right? And even right now, it's very obvious in writings on the wall. At least it's obvious to me that the time is just about up, but it is not actually up. So I don't want to abandon my call in order to preserve my flesh. I need to endure in my calling until the very end, even if it costs me my flesh. Baruk Atah. There's a square body right there with some crazy tires on it. It looks really neat. I am a huge fan of the square body Chevy. Pretty much all the Chevys, to be honest, but they don't make them like they used to, that's for sure. Oh, fence girl. Even, well, she's 2017, so it's not that new. Looks like I got maybe another. Oh, I got a heart. My baby gave me a heart on my message. I thought maybe she sent me another message. I'm so well satiated from my breakfast. I'm wondering if I should have a piece of jerky or two just to get me over till I'm able to cook. I think I might make up some chicken tonight, but I think it's still early because I need to get the fuel. Yeah, I kind of need to know how far it is from this fuel location to the next fuel location that I have saved. Just make sure that I get enough fuel to get me there. So I'm going to be turning right to District Number 1 of Douglas County. I remember this area, East Wenatchee, when I came through here last time. See how everything looks dry on the ground when it's all brown. Right here for a moment. Is the sunlight sparkling on top of the water over there in the camera like it is in real life? It's really just kind of sparkling down there right now. Look at that. Even though a lot of it's dirty, and all this is dirty, whatever this is, construction, some kind of bridge walkway from a pipe, I don't know. Okay, so it's saying 28 East Quincy. down there in the river. I don't know what you call it. You stand up on a board and you paddle with like a long paddle. I don't know what that's called. That's what they're doing. I'd be kind of freaked out to try that, to be honest. Right here on the ground. I would love to get me about a dozen of those kind of big rocks. Use them for the altar to Yahuah when I make an offering by fire on the feast days. All these cranes flying that flag. Out on the water over here. You see a boat with a few people behind. They're either tubing or a wakeboard or like the actual water skiers. Also jet skis. It's very crowded right there today. Look at that. Bing, bing, bing. So we got 50 miles, which it's basically saying is an hour to get to the fuel spot. Series of 10-minute pumps from the external fuel into our primary tank. So there's a bunch of ball games going on today, huh? Looks like little leaguers. Very, very busy place. Might be having some kind of a tournament, actually. Excuse me so much. Tractor trailer ahead of me. He's got the like a little back door panel. I'm not sure really what the purpose of those is. If it's like a DOT thing or just what, I don't really know. but it shouldn't probably be open, especially if it's refrigerated. But it is open. Oh wow! You guys see this? There's a big rock in the river. I don't think you're gonna be able to see it either because. Because the shoulder of the road here goes out so far, it's going to obstruct the view a bit. But yeah, it was a huge rock, just like coming up out of the water. The bank, literally right there. Oh, yeah, oh, there it is. You can see the tippy top of it. Sometimes they can stay really quiet on weekends and holidays because they already know that people are doing their own thing and aren't really like plugged into it that much. But I also think that they have certain days that are significant to them. This just happens to be one of those days. Surprised if something major goes on. In fact, you know, if it came out in the news cycle that Iran struck multiple U.S. targets on the 4th of July that would probably be like enhanced. People would be like, no freaking way they did on the 4th of July. They're gonna wipe those suckers right off the map. You know what I mean? It would like add to it, to the storyline, to the drama. Don't think that they don't do that. Just like the wrestling. Just like the soap operas. Yeah. So I think the last time I came to this area, I was checking to see if I could see like caves. Because there probably are quite a few up on these mountains. Both sides, really. But I was making note of this particular side that I'm on here. Be kind of difficult to see the ones over there. Sometimes it's cool to just try, like, if you can scan along the, and every once in a while you see an opening, it's like, ooh, look what I found. So this is Rock Island Dam. So this is the idea that they're stopping up the water's flow. And I believe this actually serves a purpose of kind of like if you had something that was blocking the flow of oxygen in your lung, it would give you like a disorder, like a sickness, like a bronchitis or an asthma or some such thing. Or if you had something that was obstructing the flow of the blood in your circulatory system, it could lead to a clot or like a stroke, hemorrhage, high blood pressure, even what do they call it? Mitochondrial infarction, a heart attack. Blah, blah, blah. Say that 10 times fast. A similar kind of thing. And then it also ends up affecting the life. It's kind of like choking out the life. And there's people theorize that they use it for different things to also like cover up and hide information and evidence of whatever it is you think they're trying to hide. I'll tell you what they're trying to hide. They're trying to hide Yahuah from you. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to pretty much worship any other way, any other false way. Washington don't care if you're, Buddhist or Islamic or Roman Catholic or Mormon, don't care. Just as long as you're not sorry. So there is a cave right there. Okay, so that's our first 10-minute bump. There's a couple more. There's one there. There's a bunch in this little section right here. Okay, it looks like some people somehow go in them too. I don't know. You can't really climb up here because you'll just slide down. But I think they can go along the path, make their way almost kind of sideways. If you tried to come in from the top, like rappelling down, then it's, it's really extreme. But you could probably do that too. I'll start another one here. apologize that my availability on like Shabbat lives and stuff like that. It's just been difficult to have enough time. Sometimes, of course, having any type of preparation time, but that ain't gonna stop me. We'll just dive into whatever and just go. But like time with my family, because I've been away, or like when I was staying in a hotel during the Shabbat, I just tried to spend as much time with them as I could, because I had been away from home for weeks. So it isn't anything really other than that. It's just that my time, my available time is stretched thin because of this new work, RV transport, being away from home for longer periods of time, or needing time to recover. Sometimes sleeping in your truck for six days straight will really wear you out too. Just stuff like that. So please know too, like again, there is so much stuff on there. The stuff that's already up on the channel is not like expired. Some of these topics and these conversations and these things about scripture, they don't change or go away or anything like that. We gotta be cautious. We can't be the type of folks who are always hungry for something new. Some of the most important things that you can ever chew on aren't new at all. You see what I'm saying? The treasures that are more precious than gold are ancient and haven't changed. And Barak Atah, that we were able to go over so much of that stuff, and we have a lot of those different things out on the channel. Dang, look at that house down there. That's see a river down there. Looks like there's pretty strong wind crossing us. Which would be like northwest. Says that there's a roundabout in 4 miles coming up on a place called Trinidad, which is a part of Grant County. Probably gonna see a speed reduction through here. Oh, not yet. Yeah, it's a lot of garages right there. A lot of garages. Woo-wee. Did you see how deep that was? Hey, bro. Right here. Pretty sure we're going to end up going around this big old truck. This guy wants to freaking come over here and stomp on it like whatever. Just love people like that. They're my favorite. Big truck right here is maintaining his speed pretty well considering the grade of this. I'm kind of wondering if his trailer's empty. Which brings up that discussion that we tried to have before. Yeah, right, buddy. What the literal F? Dude, are you serious, man? Father, sheesh, dude, that's insane. Anyway, the discussion about deadhead versus bobtail, and I believe that bobtail is when there's no trailer attached at all. Deadhead will be a trailer attached that is empty. I don't know if that's true, but I would love it if someone can comment and explain or elaborate what happened. We went through cleaning out my refrigerator, putting some fresh towels down, paper towels, all the packs of meat and stuff were all sealed, so I'm not sure really what the source of the leak even was. Also put some baking soda in there, and now all of a sudden I feel like I'm smelling that. I don't know if I am. I could be smelling something from the outside. I don't know. Let's try to bring some fresh air. Actually, I don't think it was coming from the outside because it's on like a recycle. That was crazy, dude. And I always try to yield to these trucks. I'm working on passing that guy for quite a while, and then all of a sudden he signals and wants to come right over and right in front of me. Like, what? Seriously, dude. And I guess I'm just coming under the realization that just because somebody drives a big truck doesn't mean that they pay attention or anything. Because a lot of these folks are just new and they're not even from around here, and I don't think they understand any kind of road etiquette whatsoever. I don't know where they get their CDLs from. It's just weird. I hate to say it, but Abba's been showing me. It's freaking dangerous out here, bro. Like, seriously. Yes, it's worse in large cities, and the speeding is worse, and also the like unpredictability, like just the abrupt lane changes, like all that kind of stuff is a lot worse. But you can see it still exists even out here on a big old hill. I don't see any reason for that big truck to be jumping in the left lane like that. Yet that's what it was. So we're dropping 10 miles an hour right here. Because, I mean, the speed limit was 60, and I was going about 70 just to pass. And it ain't like he didn't see me over there. Bro, like, crazy. This isn't what we might think of when we think of a dust devil, but there is a tractor out here flying. He is kicking up a lot of dust. There you go. Look at all that dust. Ooh. 25 miles. We're getting pretty close to stopping for fuel. Oh, I gotta turn that off. That's been on for way too long. I just over pumped my auxiliary tank. How to train your dragon whopper? What? That don't make no sense. Flashing lights up ahead. Little rough strip right there. Fireworks for sale. 28 East Ephrata. That's how you say it. Central Avenue. So weird. Yeah, the flashing lights is still right there. I don't know what's up with that cop. Okay, now he turned off his lights and turned right. He wasn't even really like going that fast or nothing. Okay, there goes another one. He's gonna be going to the same place. I think they're doing a silent approach on something, and he's got a little bit of urgency. Oh, sudden turn, and then also he's turning. Interesting. Okay, this is 35. 35. There's a lot of mobile homes and a lot of trailers in this little area right here. See a little black calf with the brown mama horse, little baby horsies. Love it. So I guess I'm going to Soap Lake. Yeah, that sounds right? The first fuel place was Soap Lake. It is kind of wild to see this little canal having so much water in it. Reminds me of being in Arizona. You see canals like this all the time. It's not a small thing to keep a field that large green out here. One piece of this here, jerky. American jerky. 60. Bing, 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 bing. Corn? I guess. Ruach Atah Yahuah. Making this. Spraying right there, misting all over a very dry ground. I knew I forgot something. I think we did a great job making sure I had all the things. My Shah and then I forgot my flannel. bring that next time. Please message me. The email's in the description of all the videos. If you're in the way and you want to break bread, or if you're interested in immersion, the scriptures command us to be immersed in the name of the Father, Yahuah, the Son, Yahusha, by the power of His Ruach Ha'Qadash, in living waters. There's power in this. This isn't like your typical sprinkling in the RCC or baptism in the 501c3 and anything like that. It's out in creation, in living waters, lake, river, stream, like that. No, not a dam. Throwing that out there, right? And making a declaration before all of creation that Yahuah is your Elohim. Okay? And by the same token, His saving right hand, and Yahusha is your Redeemer. Yahuah is Yahusha. All to the esteem of Ahaya, great I am. Get with me, message me, let me know. Don't really know what all loads I'm going to be grabbing and whatever. I mean, somebody could be in California or Texas or Louisiana or Mississippi, I don't know. And I could see a load going down there and grab that and message you and let you know. You know what I mean? Our sovereign King, Yahuah, is divine over all appointments, and He might arrange like a face-to-face, and that would be Qadash. You know, you have to be of the same mind, and you have to be of the instructions for it to be a Qadash assembly, right? Because not everybody who proclaims the name is in the way, and some people are correctable and stuff, and some aren't. So, I'll make attempts a few times, and then if that doesn't work, then I know that's not my sibling, right? And I'm willing to receive correction and rebuke as well. Correct me, because I'm more interested in being Qadash than just being right. I want to be Qadash. All that you against that. Don't either. You know, you want to be refined. You want to be forged in the flames of affliction. You want to be like Yahusha. And you got to be willing to sacrifice everything, especially yourself. Especially yourself. Alright. 18 minutes. I really need the facilities. Grab one more piece of this. I would love to have some chicken, I think, tonight. My baby gave me some lids for the skillet. And the reason why I say lids is because I don't know which one's going to fit. Gotta try them on for size and be sure to bring back the one that don't fit. That's going to help a lot. Very difficult to cook raw chicken in a skillet uncovered just because trying to cook it all the way through, you know. Something out here. This kind of feels like I'm on a res or something. Oh, there goes a message from my baby. Take a look at this message and see what she got going on, and I'll be right back with y'all. Alright. We're going to Ephrata, not to be confused with Euphrates. Oh boy, I can already see the America is the true promised land. People going crazy. Ephrata is Euphrates. I don't know. Oh my gosh. So almost there. So almost there. Actually, I'm wondering if I should just pause here and then get back with you guys as soon as I can. I need to take some time to do some calculations to determine how much fuel to buy now based on like how far it is to my next fuel stop. And that's going to take a little bit of finagling to figure out, I think. And then, like I said, I'm going to use the restroom. So yeah, I am going to just go ahead and look at that entrance to that little horse range. I am going to just go ahead and pause here. As you can see, you're not going to miss too much. Oh look, it's another brown grass hill. Just funny. There's like there's always cool things to see, right? Especially when there's birds flying by, amazing clouds when they haven't completely manipulated them, right? pretty rocks, like even some of these rocks right through here, all these rocks. So there's always something really to see. I know some people will be like, oh, there's nothing for hours. That's cool if that's their perspective. It's not my perspective, but there's almost always like some water somewhere and wind. It's kind of windy right through here right now, actually. I'm calling this place Oasis Park. It's really crowded. Just interesting. See these trees? See how they're blowing? Got the wind on them. So Oasis Park is actually there's probably about 100 RVs right there. Jeez. That's crazy. They're all just packed into a big parking lot. You know, and I'll be like, oh, we have putt-putt and barbecue and skeeter board, and we have this and this and this and whatever. So they're like, oh, yeah, I get it. So I'm not sure what this little town is, but probably that Ephrata. I should actually probably know that, right? Because that's what all the signs were saying. Okay. So we got about 12 minutes. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pause here and be getting back with you guys shortly into the future. Oh my gosh, just got horrible news from home. I really just, please Palal for my Asha, because our dog is losing his mind with these explosions and has destroyed the house and peed everywhere in the house. I come to this place thinking that it's going to be somehow like some great deal. I don't even know how much. What is that? 14 gallons for $60. What does that come out to be? 60. Is that 60 divided by 14 or the other way? 428. My wife found it online, and I think they told her it was like $3.19. They're fucking liars. And I asked this guy about going to the bathroom because I had to go so bad. And he's like, "Oh yeah." And then he starts looking around, and he's like, "I can't find the key." And then he's like, "You can try this door around over here, and if it's not locked, then you can use it." Yeah, well, trust and believe, it's locked. Just like all of this whole building over here is wooded up and abandoned. So I ran around the side of that building. I'm taking a leak. There's people driving on this road that can see me, driving on that road that can see me, but I don't have no choice. What am I supposed to do? So I just like let it go, get it out, because that's what, you know what I mean? Yeah. Well, they got my $60, and don't go to the Gas and Go in Soap Lake. But whatever. Now I'm all worried about my baby because they ran out to get the dehydrator and some farm fresh eggs, and they came back, and the old dog Tiger's wrecked the place. They freaking let off those booms, and he loses his mind, and Abba because they were so much like two peas in a pod, so much the same. And I even told my boy earlier today, it seemed like he don't love Tiger the same way no more. And now Tiger just done drawn the last straw. He is no longer welcome in our home. He somehow got himself into our room and into our closet and onto all of her clean clothes and wet them all. And I'm sure that he's terrified and petrified, and it's maybe like, oh, it's not his fault. It might not be his fault. It might not be. But trust and believe that I've actually gone to battle in the roof several times for him in this whole thing, and he is worn out his welcome beyond what I can even explain. And I feel so unwell because like he would get like the mange and he would get these mites, and I don't really feel like that's his fault. And then he would get to stinking, and that's also not his fault. But it's like anybody can just get worn out by these things. Not actually under some kind of an obligation to keep an unclean animal in your house. He's a dog. And I know a lot of people out in the world won't understand or perceive whatever because they think their dogs are literally like children. Y'all are sick. Y'all are got some kind of a disorder, I'm just saying. I love a dog and a puppy, and I'm definitely a dog person, not a cat person. But a dog is not a child. A child is created in the image of the Most High Yah. A dog's technically not even a clean animal, scripturally speaking. So, you know, of course, here I am, however much, you know, hundreds of miles away, day 1 of 6, and all this has to go. I don't know if Abba's punishing me for saying, yeah, go buy a dehumidifier or a whatever the freaking thing is called, where you make beef jerky with. Dehydrator. After I've been saying for months and weeks and months, we have no money. We can't buy no things, no money. Then it's like, okay, well, this is a great price. It's normally $250, it's $80. I'm like, well, that could really help us a lot. Okay, go get it. Somehow, some way, we'll figure it out. Oh, I need to get eggs while we're out too. Okay, go ahead. Yep, go get some eggs. Because we need these things. Meanwhile, that poor dog is home alone, getting scared to death out of his ever-loving mind, to where he's going places that he knows he ain't allowed to go. He would have had to have jumped over the gate. I don't even know why the door was open, but apparently the door was open. He goes into the closet, gets pee all over her clean clothes. She's done, and I don't blame her. And that's it. I'm not gonna continue to advocate for him with this going on. It's been horrible. He'll get a bath the very next day. He reeks. I don't even really understand why he reeks. Trust me, I appear way calmer than I am. I am infuriated right now. You know what I mean? It's just non-stop things going wrong. Constantly. We're being worn out. You know what I mean? Seriously, dude. No. I told her, I already messaged her. I said, as soon as I get home, he'll be gone. I have no idea where, what, when, how, nothing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter a little bit. It has to happen. It's a freaking shame is what it is. An real shame. We rescued that dog from a family that loved him very much, who was forced because their landlord would not allow them to have him. And he has been an absolute Baruk Atah to my boy. And to us, all of us. He loves to travel. He went traveling with us cross country, riding in the truck with us for weeks. Hours from the next stop. Which I believe is the Cabela's, where I'll be spending the night. Please pull off for us. I know that by the time you see this, everything's already over with, but it doesn't matter. I don't believe that there's ever any harm in asking for pull-off. Outside before you leave, because he's going to have anxiety attacks and I don't want him to do any harm to anything. He's looking for a place to hide. He's wetting himself because he's terrified, because they blow the freaking dynamite off there. Literally. It's kind of hard to believe some of these areas, how hard they're hit economically. I look at some of these places and it makes me pretty sad. You know, I mean, trust and believe we're freaking poor. Trust and believe we're freaking poor. I'm over here being like, oh yeah, this poor place and that poor place, they got more than us as far as that goes. You got trucks, they're old trucks, but you got a bunch of them. You know what I mean? Yeah, your building looks old, but you got several buildings on your piece of property, so I don't even know. These rocks are pretty. I like these kind of rocks. There's water way off the left side over here, but this is really kind of like a wilderness area, like a desert, you know. just tried to press that button about 17 times. No exaggeration. Pretty bumpy. I guess that's a lot of it. It's quite the stretch anyways to reach over there and touch that button. It's really a thing. Baby's all distraught over this whole thing. I'm trying to reassure her, like, it's not your fault. You're not abandoning him. You're not doing anything wrong. Like, I'm just going to make the decision that it's over. That's it. I'm not going to have her continue to endure through that. Actually really upset at the whole thing with the freaking bombs going off. I used to dispatch for police, fire, and ambulance for a lot of years of my life. And, I've worked on New Year's and 4th of July. Pretty much every single one of those years that I was, right? Because I would work. And people would call and they would complain and stuff, my poor dog's hiding in the tub, they're gonna have a heart attack, who's gonna pay if my dog dies? And, it'd be like, because I was so blinded by this whole statist worship thing. Like, how dare they, or how un-American are they, and all this and that, like, this is our one time out of the year to celebrate our independence and all this stuff. Man, talk about just being a fool. It is actually kind of incredible. How differently I see that whole thing now. Structures, a couple trailers, lots of different types of trucks and stuff, but they're just out there in the Dust Bowl. And I don't know, they're obviously far away from everyone else, and so in some ways I can see how that's an absolute Baruk Atah. 33 miles. Just so happens to be till our next turn. Alrighty. This road is pretty rough. And man, may Yahuah just deliver me. Can't imagine what it would be like to get stranded on this road, especially in the dark. This way off of the beaten path, because it was supposed to be diesel for $3.19 a gallon or some such thing. But no, it was $4.28. There was no bathroom. It was about the most ghetto place you ever did saw. The character behind the counter was like straight out of a movie. He had this massive gold chain around his neck with a King Tut Pharaoh right here. He had 2 albino pit bulls behind the counter with him. But what did I do? Puppies, puppies, Oh yeah, thanks man. Yeah, let me get $60 and use them right here. I was just try to be as cool as possible. Yeah. Sunglasses on. Probably like, look at this honky, look at this white bread cracker, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's just a shame. It really is. But it was almost like didn't poop everywhere, or that he didn't die from a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? But still. And she was just before I left, she was giving him 2 large chunks of just raw chicken. You can eat the bone and everything. When I think about all that we've actually tried to pour into that dog and give it to that dog, it's heartbreaking. But again, I don't fault him for being scared to death. It's not his fault. But it's totally effed up. Like, totally effed up, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it breaks my heart, bro. It's jacked. It's so jacked. You know, there's been times that he's stood up to, I don't know, was it coyotes or wolves, or warned us of probably a bear. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a little soft. He's a little bit of a coward sometimes, but he's stepped up before in ways that dogs should protect you and warn you, things like that. That's part of what he should do. This reminds me of part of the area that I was going through when I went to Ruach Atah Yahuah's house in Wyoming. It was like large sections like this. I don't know what this is over here. These look like beasts of the field right here. Yep, cattle. Okay, and they got white ones out there, bunches of them. So let me go see what she's saying now, and I'll be back with you as soon as I can. Whoa. There goes a bunch more of that white cattle just laying down on the ground. Just saw a bunch of burnt field out here. And there's like some red trailer park out there. Somebody's probably living in that. It's crazy out here, bro. The sky is ominous, whatever the word is. Look at the sky. Look at the clouds. So much judgment, so much storms coming upon this land. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That is, yeah. Can't. I would that I could be home right now. Deal with this. Just try to maybe reach out and see if there's anybody, you know, that could take him to give him outside. He's trying to go up underneath the trailer, wrecking stuff under there, or he's digging huge holes because he's freaked out. There's no like consoling him or nothing like that. He can't be there. And I don't know what to do. I can't do anything from where I am. Except for the law. some like Benadryl or some melatonin or something. I don't know if it will help or if it's too late or what. Never had any of this lights, mange, any of that stuff. It makes me wonder if any of the foods that we switched to were part of the problem, or if he was getting into something there that, you know, something to do with the horse poop, because he became like obsessed with horse poop. It's so bizarre. I don't know, but I guess they're like rolling it to try and get the scent on them or something. I have no idea. I have no idea. He'd go with us on long walks, no leash, nothing. Stay right by you. Go a little bit ahead, wait for you. Just a talented boy. Just a talented man. This makes me so, I'm so upset. You know, if you want to try to light off half sticks of dynamite within a couple 100 feet of the dog, then yeah, then he doesn't behave, right? Like seriously, like we would go door dashing, and sometimes we would be gone for like 12 hours. He wouldn't do anything. Then it started to get where he would like get into the trash, so then we'd lock the trash, and he'd also be fine. Never pottied in the house or nothing. This. He might get sick, throw up on the rug. That's also not his fault. All this stuff that's happening to this dog is not his fault. But it's also not my Shah's fault. And I'm gonna pick her over the dog every single time. It's just when things happen that seem not fair, really irks me. That bothers me. And I would that I could try to find a place, like put a post out, you know, for a favorable home. It's just all I really would want would be that he would go, you know, into a well home. You know what I'm saying? And get a chance to kind of like just talk to the person and meet the person and. This is also kind of weird. Yes. And it has that whole like Leavenworth type of thing going on with it too. Charted out, plotted out, planned out, and whatnot. Oh, another message from my baby. I need to listen to that. Things didn't improve whatsoever. Not only is there all the destruction that he already has done, there's what in the heck are they going to do with them now? Can't even figure out what to do with them now. You know what I'm saying? Tried to put him outside, and then he was going up underneath the trailer. I don't know what wrecking stuff. I don't fucking know, man. None of this. Let me see what she's saying. I'll be right back. I guess there's a part of me that says, oh, you shouldn't put out this video, but I basically said I was going to try to put stuff out just completely raw and unfiltered and say whatever Yahuah leads and all that. So that sucks, bro. Like, we're really seriously going through it, you know? We actually really love the dog, and we really want him to be just like he always was. I mean, it's hard to believe, but he's like ruined in ways that aren't even his fault. And maybe there is a home somewhere else. Maybe Abba is ready for him to go and be with somebody else. I don't know. I do halal that that's the case, though. I really do halal that that's the case. And you know, maybe just because you live in the county doesn't mean that you should do that. That ain't fireworks. That ain't fireworks, man. I wonder what it actually does to the horses. Which is shocking because, you know, they own several horses. And there's actually a lot of folks around there that have dogs, and I've seen some of them come up on the Facebook groups and say things, and kind of like crying out for a little bit of Hassad, like to not go all out. And there's this patriotic spirit or whatever that's there that just wants to then attack those people. You know? So I guess it's growing. I almost shudder to think the kinds of things that we may hear that come from this night in judgment. You know, deaths and fires and violence and you know, shootings and all kinds of stuff. So I am on Washington State Road 28. This is Lamona, and I am an hour and 22 minutes away from Cabela's, where I plan to whoop up some grub and crash out. Tomorrow is a very complete day of driving. several years now where we're there, and each year everything gets more expensive and more power-filled. Like, you know, I don't know where you got to go to buy dynamite online, but apparently you can go buy dynamite online and have it shipped to you. Because, hello, you ain't buying that at none of the stands around you. I don't know where you're buying it from, but wow, right? And it would go off, and he would be unable to sit still, like completely unable to sit still. You could try to comfort him, no help. You could try to scold him, no help. You have to move around, continue moving around, going around in circles, panting, shaking, everything, dude. Just, you know, you better trust and believe that there could be things done to you that would scare the ever-loving out of you, and you'd be unconsolable, and you'd be wetting yourself. You know what I mean? But no one would consider doing that to you. But it's supposed to be okay for you to do it to other people's pets. You know, again, it's like maybe Yahuah is like, yeah, I got to do this and this to get you guys up and out of this spot. You don't want to move. Just like when I was still at my job and my chair broke, and it was like Abba saying, yeah, you need to get up out of that chair. Because you might just continue to endure through this day in, day out, being you wink, nod, smile at me, and lie to my face. You know what I'm saying? And I continue to try to do, you know, the extra thing, and be kind and be patient and all this and that. But what am I really dealing with? I'm really dealing with sorcery and witchcraft. That's really what I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really know how we're supposed to continue to sojourn on that land either. Clearly we're not. So show me where we are to go, Abba, and direct my steps that we go there. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know, but I guarantee you we're over it. Guarantee. I actually applaud that we don't get rid of him. I really do. I don't know how that would ever happen at this point. The only thing that could stop that would be my baby saying, nope, never mind. I just got upset. I don't want him gone. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I can't keep hearing all these reports. Because the reports get increasingly unwell. Pretty black bird. Stand in the middle of a dirt field. Ain't that something? If only the people would repent. But they won't. They won't. And if it want to come down and pour all over tonight, bro, so be it. Let it come. Let it pour. I'll get my hands on a sponge or something and start wiping down all this truck's filth. Truck. Oh, this me right here. Whoa, hold on. Oh, dang, that was unwell. Oh, dang, that hurt. Tada, Abba. Look at this road that we are on here. Okay, looks like I got a message from my shop. I need to check. And I got 9 miles, and it looks like I'm like turning kind of back the way we came from. I'm not sure. But But wow, this place, everything you see on that side of you, it's the same on this side. We're cutting through a sea of wheat right now. Literally. Like a sea of wheat. There's this section right here that was actually harvested, so it's just the dirt. And it's all right back at it on your side as far as the eye can see, right? Family, let me do another pause here. I'm gonna go see what's coming from the report from the home front, and I'll be right back. Well, they went ahead and hooked him up outside the lead that I drove into the ground when we moved there like 5 years ago. And he won't stop barking and howling. There's other dogs on the property that aren't doing that. My Shah is saying, hey, look, I know that dogs get scared and then, you know, they act this way or that, but this is something else. It is something else going on with him. She's concerned that it's alerting the puppies and freaking out the puppies and all this. And I'm just like, well, then just let him go then. Like, you know, he might wander off and then he might come back. I don't even know, dude. Is that wrong of me? I have no idea. What am I supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Is he going to something? Do we do not misery? What the heck is going on? I don't get it, dude. I don't understand. Look at this gorgeous blackbird. Look at that. Look at him soar. This area is so wild. This is like, you know, type of no man's land out here. Look at this. And it's literally in both directions as far as can be seen. Dang, I'm listening to her message and he's just out there just going nuts. What's going on? I'm just becoming more and more certain that we need to get out of there. I want to get completely out of that state anyways. I don't know. To be able to sojourn with our brothers and sisters, you know. We need to be able to hitch up that trailer and take it to a place that Abba calls us to, call us somewhere. Tokyo Road. Looks clear. Looks clear. What a place, eh? This would not be the way that you would normally choose. Oh my my gosh. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure that all this happened because of that gassing gun. Which, you know, I don't blame my baby for that at all. You go and look up the information online, and that's what it says. It's like you should be able to report these people for falsifying their fuel prices or something. Look at those gorgeous horses. Hey! What a treat those were, huh? Just came around that building and saw him standing there looking just like, you know, so majestic. All those horses are amazing. All of his creation is amazing, you know? Absolutely. Oh, is this... Nope, 2.6 miles. I was like, is this my turn right here? Burke Road. It's a dead end is what it is. It's wild being out here. Got this one tree just sitting right here. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, straight behind me. What a view that is. The clouds, the road, and that tree surrounded by the field. It is really something. 1.7 miles, and we got a turn on 23. We only have 72 more miles to go for this day today, and something seems to be amiss with the phone, because that is not the proper time that it should be. Oh boy. I wonder how that's going to mess up my logs. Let me see if I can... Oh, I only got 1.2 miles. I need to try to fix that. It's telling me at the same time as the truck is programmed to stay... Oh, wait, maybe it's... Well, duh, dude. No, it shouldn't matter. I'm tripping. Sorry. It's... My phone should actually say 917. And the truck is 6:17 because that's Washington time, but my phone should not have changed times. So there's a problem there, and that's probably also affect my logs, because I have to always log Indiana time no matter where I am. These folks got this house out here, and they are just so far away from having to deal with everything else. They got a little chicken coop, a garden, an outbuilding, and they got their pretty house up on the hill right there. You all see it. Is the speed limit. Big bird swooping right here. It's a hawk. I can't tell what kind or nothing, but okay. I guess it has been 4 hours that I've been driving. So I changed the time zone in it, and it basically fixed the log. Baruk Yahuah. So we're gonna come out to 90 here in a moment. Well, I say a moment, it was like 9 miles away. Massive black birds right here. They're just so gorgeous, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Those are like raven. You know what I mean? Raven size or raven. Not just crow. Crows are amazing too. I'm not trying to take nothing away from that. I'm just saying. I believe that the larger blackbird is a raven. See the sun going down pretty much directly behind me. Funny because when I look at the map in the truck, I see the little circle with the arrow which represents me, and it's in the middle of like pretty much wilderness. If I zoom in, it'll probably show me some kind of roads. Yeah, it's still showing me some kind of roads, but if you zoom out just a wee bit, bang, they'll disappear, and it looks like you're in the middle of a green field. Was a spot to pull over out here, I'd just as well be out here by myself. Whip up my chicken and, you know. But, so, this is actually a kind of cool little rock right here. Check it out. Bing. And then there's a bunch of water down there. We come zipping down this hill. This little, I'm not even sure what you would call it. Like a little valley. And then go right up the other side. Got water right down here on both sides. Got these rocks. Like somebody might mess with me if I'm like accidentally on their land or something. That's why I don't want to like really mess around with that. Take a chance. But I'm just saying, I personally wouldn't care. As long as other folks didn't care. Especially like bobtailing, you don't have a trailer to try to worry about, you know. Excuse me. Okay, here's a huge bird that just they're all together. They're all turkeys, bro. There's a bunch of them. They act like they don't never see no vehicles out here. They're like, what the heck is going on? I hope you got to see them, because first it was one, then it came like 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Like, whoa, look at that. There go deer. Bye, buddy. pasture right here. It's all green with yellow wildflowers just sprinkled all in. It's just yapa. You can't see it. Of course you can't. Dang it. Well, you just have to take my word for it then that it's absolutely gorgeous. This guy's they got a lot of farm equipment out here, and some of it's pretty old. I wonder if their operation is still profitable or what. They actually got quite a few trucks right there as well. There's trucks all over that piece of property right there. And there's a little house. So they probably have all four corners of what we just went across. State highway, excuse me, 23. Bunch of old trucks on that spread too. Got the hay baled up like they're gonna be selling it. Has a button that says recenter right there, but if I press it, nothing happens, which is like really bizarre. I don't know if that's because there's like no signal. And the horse just looking over like, what's that racket over there? Abigail cutting through this area. It would be very silent right here. Just completely silent. Some of this grass is really, really thick. You could just lay down and disappear completely. Just go out there and lay down and disappear. Yeah, I'm sure my allergies would really appreciate that. But is that too like a type of systemic weakness that our bodies have developed? I don't know. We got a bunch of wood right there. Somebody's out there breaking it down. It's not telling me what the speed limit is because it won't do the recenter thing. Oh, there we go. That's saying. The sign is saying that it's 50 on the little curves, so it's probably 55. Oh. Message from my baby. My poor honey. Going through one heck of a trial right now. Without me there, it makes me very frustrated. 1.9 miles. I want to check what she's saying, but I don't want to miss a turn, especially out here. Look at this place, man. There's so much land out here, you guys. I know this land belongs to somebody or whatever, and I'm not saying anything about that. I'm not saying steal their land or nothing. I'm just saying, why do we as a people choose to stack ourselves up into all these little apartment buildings, and then there's somebody out here that owns, 500 or 1,000 or 5,000 acres? I don't even know what kind of land plots are out here, but they're obviously huge. There's so much old farm equipment on that property. I mean, it has to be 4 or 5 generations worth of stuff. Even look at these two old guys out here. These right here coming up on the camera. At one point, those things were like brand new. And somebody buy those things so they could work the land. And there go another one right there. There's a bunch of cattle right over here just lying down in the grass, like I was just talking about. They're just lying down. does look like we're going to get into some rain, like I was saying. I don't know if we are or not, but it looks like it's straight ahead. What's that saying? 0.6 miles. And it's basically turn right. Oh, I see what she's saying. My shot's saying if I just let him off the leash, he'll go underneath the couch or coach. Well, he might, but if booms aren't going to stop, and he's probably going to start leaving the entire area. I don't know. They're just going to leave him on the lead, I guess, and he's just going to continue to bark and howl and act an absolute fool. But at least he can't actually like damage any property in all of his, you know. It's just, what are you even supposed to do? And it's got, I guess it just gets worse each year, but like it wasn't even this, it was never like this, ever. Alright, so we're really close to 90 here. Which gives us about an hour into Cabela's. Cabela. Here goes one of those huge blackbirds. Come right on across the road. Let's take a look at you. Oh, he landed. That's a hawk. That guy was, he was something else. He landed right on the little fence post thing. What are those blue things? That's weird. Okay. Here you go to the big road. I can start to see the highway running across here in the background. So we're going to go under and turn left, and we'll be on East 90. Which, we had to go way out of our way to get back to East 90 just to buy 60 gallons worth of overpriced diesel. But it is what it is. That's kind of how it goes when you're trying to learn these things and discern these things. Sky looks like. I don't know why it's not telling me the speed limit right down there. 55 miles. Bing So sometimes I have like these little documentaries and like journalistic stories and things like that. So I think that's what that is. I'll sometimes check those out, but I was trying to see if there was anything that was more like news. Plus, a lot of these you have to read the captions. Obviously, we can't do that right now. Yep, so there's a bunch of birds, geese, then you got cattle over there that are drinking water. Water's teeming with life. Baruk Atah. You see those clouds back there? Looking a little ominous, and you got the whole storm brewing. Some of the colors that I'm seeing in there just don't seem natural, normal, like I remember, or anything like that. I'm just saying. So we're continuing on this same road, which again is I-90 East for 47 miles. The little town's called Fish Trap right there. Not sure. Not too sure.
Or destroyed, and 46% of those in southern Gaza. The official death toll stands at 28,663.
Okay, so they just showed 28,000
Politicians blame Hamas
dead
for the high
in
death
Gaza.
toll.
I should say
They use
Palestinians dead.
Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed, with no regard who pays the price.
The claim is basically that armed groups are operating in populated areas in Gaza. And that is basically what is meant in many cases when somebody says Hamas is using human shields.
If your territory is as small as the Gaza Strip, it's near impossible to locate your military bases far away from civilian infrastructure and civilian areas.
We don't have evidence that Palestinian armed groups are, hiding right next to civilians and not allowing the civilians to leave, right? An element of human shielding is that you either don't tell them that you're right there, or they know you're there, but you don't allow them to leave if you're the guy with the gun.
We conducted several interviews, dozens of interviews with civilians and with people, Palestinians, in areas that were designated as combat zones. But we have not documented at least one case of Palestinian armed members using civilians as human shields.
Israel has regularly been condemned for using human shields by the UN and numerous international and Israeli human rights
The
organizations.
projection is unreal, right?
Masked Israeli soldiers use a 7-year-old child when confronted by stone throwers. Al Jazeera has uncovered evidence the Israelis are using human shields in this conflict as well.
صار في اشتباك بينهم وبين شباب المقاومة خارج البيت، يعني خلف المنزل. فأخذونا إحنا رجال وحطونا عند الشرفة.
Sorry, it's more of that.
كانوا حاطين
You gotta read the
الأسلحة بتاعتهم
captions
فوق
thing.
رؤوسنا ويطلقوا رصاص
Can't do that right
على
now.
الجهة الأخرى للشباب، وإحنا كنا مثل سواتر أو دروع بشرية.
كوني بتكلم لغة إنجليزية. قال لي بدك تطلع. هو كان بالرشاش من البلكونة شايفني، وقال لي أي حركة منك يعني تروح أو تتحرك أنا حأطلق رصاص عليك. فاضطريت إنه أدخل في أماكن حفر وأماكن كذا، وأقول له إنه ما فيش أحد وأرجع تاني. فطلب مني إنه أدخل بيوت المنطقة كلها.
This description fits with evidence obtained by Al Jazeera. A civilian is ordered to inspect empty buildings while monitored by 2 drones. In this case, 2 civilians are fitted with cameras and are ordered to inspect buildings in case of booby traps or ambushes.
خدونا على شحن، شبحونا خارج الشحن مش داخل، بالشكل هذا في ايدي واحدة. ربطت مربط بلاستيك من ايدي اليمين وربطني خارج الشحن، وانا مجرد مكمل ملابس، كانت الدنيا مطر.
Footage from the occupied West Bank supports this account. This photograph is taken by an Israeli soldier in Gaza City. The I unit has spoken to 6 individuals who say they were used as human shields.
Since the beginning of this ground invasion, we have documented dozens of cases where civilians were actually used as human shields by the Israeli army, forcing them to enter combat zones or enter places or enter buildings that they think are, for example, booby-trapped, or where they think that there might be armed members of Palestinian factions inside one area or another. And this is being used on a daily basis.
Where you see it cropping up on a continuous, widespread basis, then investigators and prosecutors will look high up to see if that is being countenanced, if it's either coming down as a direct direction from those above, or they're turning a blind eye. And in both of those cases, it can incur command responsibility for those in the chain of command.
After being held within Gaza for a few days, many detainees are transferred to Israel. By mid-February, more than 8,000 Palestinians are being held in detention centers. Israel's Channel 13 makes no attempt to conceal their conditions. The guards claim these prisoners are all Nukba, the elite unit of Hamas's Qassam brigades.
הנראים התאים שבהם מוחזקים מחבלי הנוח'בה. ועתה אפשר לראות שמדובר במיטות קומותיים בלי משרה ואין אסלה, רק גבול פגיעה וחושך כמעט מוחלט לאורך היום. כולם עסוקים ברגליים כל הזמן, ואחד לשני. הנה לחם
ضد فترة سجن تقريبا 45 يوم كانت مدة السجن تبعتي، مدة الاعتقال 45 يوم، على ضرب، على تكسير، على عقاب، وقفنا على القدير، سوء تغذية فوق ما تتصور.
Fadi Bakr is held at the Sdei Timan Detention Center in southern Israel.
أقول لك على أصعب موقف أنا عشته في سجن سيدي تمام، معتقل سيدي تمام. نادوا على أسماء 3 أشخاص، كان اسمي من بين ال3 أسماء دول. طلعنا مساحة إسمنتية مخصصة لنوع واحد من نوع التعذيب، بس نوع واحد من نوع التعذيب. فكوا عينينا قاعدين على ركبنا، اجوا اخذوا شاب كان موجود، اخذوه ضربوه، بعد ما ضربونا يموه على الارض على بطنه، ربطوا ايديه وربطوا رجليه. واقفين تقريبا 9 جنود او 8 جنود كانوا موقفين. فجأة جردوه من ملابسه السفلية. اجا كابتن كان موجود، جاء زي وضع مادة، إشي حاجة، إشي يعني مؤخرة الشاب، وأطلقوا، كان في كلب موجود أطلقوا عليه الكلب. الكلب هذا يعني كيف أقول لك، مش مارس الجنس، اغتصب الشاب، اغتصبوه في معنى الكلمة، اغتصاب تام.
By June 27th, 72% of buildings in northern Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, and 51% in southern Gaza. The death toll stands at 37,765. As troops leave Gaza, they place commemorative videos online.
שהם יפגשו דוד 202 ורוצים לבכות עליהם שהם נולדו.
This video documents the activities of the 202nd Paratroopers Battalion.
I'm just going to hold this here and play this back again. This is extraordinary. The fact that he's put this onto video, he's released this on YouTube, to me is kind of quite extraordinary. The degree of impunity.
The video shows two other instances where unarmed men are shot by snipers.
Now, of course, I don't know the context of what happened before. I don't know what happened 2 minutes before that. They may have been involved in contacting and shooting at Israeli forces, and they may have been legitimate targets, but it sure doesn't look like it to me.
Just because a civilian is walking in an area where combat is going on.
There's a lot of dead-looking trees around here. That's for sure. It also looks like, oh yeah, there's remnants of a fire had been here as well. Especially look at all these trees coming up right here. Just look at all these tree trunks. See all black and everything.
Does not make them
Look at that.
If they get involved in hostilities at a particular moment, yes, they lose their civilian status, they can be targeted. But then you have to show on the evidence that they are presenting a threat to you. It's potentially a matter that the International Criminal Court would want to look at.
Large numbers of Palestinians have been killed by snipers, including women and children. On July 25th, 45 American physicians, surgeons, and nurses who have volunteered in Gaza since October 7th write to President Biden. They state,
"Every one of us on a daily basis treated preteen children who were shot in the head and chest.
The official Israeli death toll from the fighting in Gaza is 346. In August, Israel's defense ministry said more than 10,000 soldiers have registered as wounded, 35% of them suffering mental trauma. The official Palestinian death toll stands at more than 41,000. Almost 100,000 have been injured. The Palestinian death toll does not include thousands still buried under the rubble, and those who have died from hunger and lack of access to medication and healthcare. It's possible the final toll for dead and injured in the Gaza Strip will be more than 10% of the total population.
Palestinians are aware that they have been abandoned, that the world that speaks of human rights and international law is lying. That those concepts are meant for white people or for Westerners. That accountability is not meant to hold their oppressors to account. That they have been really kind of discarded like rubbish.
International law has been trashed by the actions of the Israeli military, by the actions of the parties to this conflict, but also by the actions of their allies, which look at what's going on and continue to pour gasoline on the flames.
This is the jungle. Is this the new order where it's just out in the open that those with power can do whatever they want?
Journalists
attacks on civilians at GHF food sites. The Palestine Action Group has lost a bid to pause the British government decision to declare it as a terrorist organisation. And we report on the flash floods in the US state of Texas, where authorities say 13 people have been killed and 20 children are still missing. Response to mediators on the latest proposal for a temporary 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. Al Jazeera has obtained details of the draft proposal. It includes the 60-day ceasefire to be guaranteed by US President Donald Trump. Hamas will release 10 Israeli captives and the bodies of 18 dead captives starting on the first day. The agreement will allow desperately needed aid into Gaza. Supplies, including food, will be distributed through agreed channels, including the United Nations and the Red Crescent. All Israeli offensive military activities will cease across the Strip. Other military and surveillance operations will also pause for 10 hours a day. Well, over the period of the ceasefire, Israel will redeploy its forces in northern Gaza, the Netzarim corridor, and southern Gaza based on the agreed maps. And the proposal allows for negotiations on securing a permanent ceasefire to also start immediately. Al Jazeera's Hamda Salud reports from Jordan's capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
Hamas says that it's responded positively to this latest proposal presented by mediators and are ready to restart negotiations with Israel, but indirectly, of course. Now, there have been quite tough sticking points on both sides in any...
people are thinking about. This is what they say. This is supposed to be the extension of phase one of the ceasefire that was signed on January 19th. The aid was supposed to come in a greater amount that to satisfy the needs created by these months of devastation. Israeli military was supposed to withdraw from the areas that occupied in the past month, but that did not happen. So for a lot of people, that's more like going back to the second phase of the ceasefire. The only difference is just cost time and cost the 6,000 to 7,000 more Palestinians killed because the Israeli military decided, or the Israeli government decided to violate the ceasefire agreement. But for now, a much awaited, much needed response by Hamas. For a lot of people, it's not changing anything on the ground, at least for the coming couple of days, but at least it's the first step forward for much more solid agreement that will hopefully lead to an end to the genocidal acts across the Strip and allow for much needed humanitarian aid.
Well, despite talks for a ceasefire progressing, Israeli forces are still targeting Palestinians in attacks across the Gaza Strip. Again, Palestinians waiting for food have been killed or wounded. The latest attack targeted crowds at a food distribution point near the Netzarim corridor. least 51 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes across the Strip on Friday. Javier Abu Eid is a political analyst and former communications director for the Palestine Liberation Organization. He says more details are needed about the ceasefire proposal.
This is just the starting of another process. It is the acceptance of a framework, and as you are clearly stating, it's a vague framework. We are going to have negotiations, at least 1 week of negotiations, but there are so many questions that remain unanswered, not just on the three main topics that will be negotiated, like the issue of the exchange of prisoners from one side, humanitarian aid, and the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, but also it's the meeting that will take place in Washington early next week between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, and particularly what kind of negotiations they are going to have. Let's remember that there is no vacuum here. There is a long history of US-Israeli negotiations first in order to impose an outcome later. And let's not forget also that it's Israel that has been violating the previous ceasefires, and the US has constantly blamed Hamas for doing so.
Israel unilaterally collapsed the last ceasefire in March. There is a danger, of course, that could Israel possibly withdraw from negotiations before the end of 60 days and collapse this ceasefire again when it starts?
This is a very important point, and I think there is more than one scenario for this. There's one scenario that we may have negotiations over 1 week, they will collapse, and we are going to get back to the stage where we are now without a ceasefire. There is also a scenario where they may succeed in negotiations. They will enter this announced 60 days ceasefire, and then Israel will just withdraw, or any party may withdraw from negotiations. One of the important points that will be negotiated is precisely what happens after the 60 days. Are the 60 days going to be extended or not? And the formula for that will be also.
Sorry, there's some real rough areas and all over his head. Just hard hit economically, you know, everywhere. Rough, bro.
Negotiations.
Well, one of the few remaining hospitals partially operational in Gaza has been described as one massive trauma ward by the World Health Organization. The WHO's representative in Palestine says Nasser Hospital is seeing a daily influx of patients injured at food distribution points. More than 600 Palestinians have been killed at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation-run sites since it started operating in May. Well, the WHO's representative for Palestine, Rick Peepercorn, says patients are suffering severe wounds.
We see all types of injuries, and of course going around with the staff and looking at patients, it's mainly shot wounds, bullet wounds, and it's everywhere. It's in the head, in the neck, in the chest, in the abdomen, in the knees, etc. And again, there were too many patients actually to all over, but let me just focus on a few. When I talked with the families and their father, a 13-year-old boy shot in the head, fighting for his life in the emergency room, totally tetraplegic, etc. Couldn't, of course, do anything. A 16-year-old, again, shot in the head, completely out on the stretcher, intubated, etc. And a 20-year-old, also still a boy, and a bullet lodged in his neck, on his which they cannot remove. Tetraplegic. There's a long discussion with all three of their families and their father, and they had doubts to be sent out, their children, to get these so-called food boxes from these so-called safe non-UN food distribution sites. And this is what happened. They got shot, tetraplegic, and that's in any country in those conditions, very little to do. Of course, is Gaza, no future at all. And this is maybe the message. I mean, it's insane that people who are desperate for food, that getting food, getting a little bit of food supply is kind of, no one should have to risk their lives, get killed or get injured. And Gaza needs to be flooded by food. It needs to be flooded by food. It needs to be flooded by water to wash, essential medicines, medical supplies, and a regular flow of fuel. And above all, of course, we need a ceasefire, and we need it now.
A UK High Court judge has upheld a parliamentary order to designate a Palestinian rights group as a terrorist organization. Palestine Action describes itself as a non-violent direct action movement that aims to challenge the Israeli arms industry. The case was triggered after members of the group broke into a UK military base and spray-painted an aircraft. A last-minute appeal against the ruling has also been rejected. As a result, Palestine Action is now proscribed under Britain's Terrorism Act, and support for the group is a criminal offence punishable by 14 years in prison. Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego has this report from outside the High Court in London.
Despite an urgent judicial review, which was made by one of the co-founders of Palestine Action in a bid to suspend that order to prescribe the group as a terrorist entity, the judge rejected that bid. Nevertheless, an appeal by the group was immediately launched. There will also be another hearing taking place on the 21st of July, where there will be another judicial review put forward by the group in a bid to try and quash that order. Nevertheless, earlier in the court on Friday, there were statements given not just by the group itself, warned about the draconian measure that this had on every form of protest and indeed civil disobedience and direct action groups, but also there were statements of support by UN figures as well, special rapporteurs that warned about how this would impact the fate of protest movements in the UK. And certainly for other legal observers as well, it raises a very serious and concerning precedent.
Make no mistake about it being the thin end of the wedge. This could apply to Just Stop Oil, to other direct action groups, environmental groups, and it really is very troubling. And can we in Britain then say we still live in a liberal democracy?
Now, Palestine Action said in court that they saw themselves in the tradition of other direct action movements such as the anti-apartheid movement, and that their intention was not to cause harm against other people, not even to strike at the government, but to get in the way, in their own words, of the military machine. And certainly this raises all sorts of questions now as to what the future of protest movements in the UK will be now. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, Brendan Kieran Brown is an Associate Professor of Conflict Resolution at Trinity College Dublin. He says the decision is meant to silence those opposed to the genocide in Gaza.
It feels like an unbelievable overstretch, and yet nothing seems unbelievable anymore. I mean, what we have here is the UK government taking the decision to designate those who are opposed to the ongoing slaughter of Palestinian civilians, opposed to the genocide, doing all that they can within their power to disrupt the military-industrial complex, to disrupt the production of weapons used to kill Palestinians abroad, being labelled as terrorists alongside organisations such as Al-Qaeda, alongside organisations such as ISIS. I mean, this is absolutely absurd, and it will have, I believe, very serious ramifications for the UK moving forward. Essentially what we're witnessing here is an attempt to enforce a chill effect on everyone who is absolutely abhorred by the UK government's ongoing complicity and their flagrant breaches of international law that we have seen now for the best part of 21 months. I mean, am I surprised? Not really.
Because it's crazy triggering gaslighting nonsense, because even the international courts have already ruled that it was a genocide. And so now if any of his citizens say that they don't support their nation being complicit in genocide, they're labeled as a terrorist. Surprised, because I was calling this already, and you know, this is when you see the Everglades Alcatraz. You need to understand flag at half staff again. Anyone can tell me why? Massive flag, 4th of July, half staff, please let me know. Right there, Camping World. And also right here, Caterpillar. I really would like to know. I've been seeing it off and on for months. There's always some kind of a reason that's given. And I don't think that people are even awake enough to pay attention that it's a trend. To even be able to see the pattern, to recognize the pattern. Pattern recognition. 101. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Well, I have 6 minutes to go. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up for today. And Abba willing, we'll be back again tomorrow. Halal that all is better with the sound at least. May Abba Yahuah Baruk us, Yashar'Al, my mashpaka, every brother and sister that's in the way, the narrow path that loves Abinu Yahuah and puts their trust in his finished work, Yahusha HaMashiach, who willingly laid down his life on the stake for our crimes in order that we may be brought back into the fold via the renewed oath that is the marriage agreement, that the Most High Yah is our Elohim and we are his people. Qadashayam of Yasharal. Baruk Yahuah. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Shalom, shalom, mashpaka.